Welcome! Part 22? Yeah, we continue where we left off, more or less last stream. So we're still working on the USB to toolhead board. Takes quite a bit longer than I expected, but yeah, I think we're still making like good progress. So hopefully like today my goal is to finish up the cabling, for sure. I don't think there's a lot left. And the other thing we need to do is just like software, right? To just make it work. So hopefully end of today we have like a moving extruding printer. That would be amazing. Yeah, let me just quickly show you around. Like I did a couple of things since last week. Firstly, there's a new thingy here. So basically we had the camera in the middle all the time. We had this camera here, which was attached here to the middle, but I was not very happy with that, so I kind of wanted to replace it. And Live gave me a Creality Nebula cam, which I got for some, I bought a Nebula pad for some demo thing, and the camera was included, and I don't need the camera there. And it's not a great camera, but it's better than this one, so I just swapped this in. It's also like wide angle, so it's a bit, yeah, better suited for this use case. This was quite narrow, and it's also like why I could move it like forward a bit more. Yeah, so I just like tried this out on the weekend, and that works quite well, I think. So that is one thing I did, and the other thing I did is if we kind of like change the angle. Last time we had the problem with the cable chain. Problem was twofold. Firstly, like this new arm here we needed. So basically the original arm is not compatible with the toolhead board because like it's poking too far out. This new board from like this new arm from BTT is not compatible with the cable chain, and we tried to like kind of like bring them together. I printed something from printables, but did not work out. So basically, or the other problem was basically the cable chain, like the board is just going till here. And sometimes this like corner here on the board just like got stuck in the cable chain. Yeah, it was just like a millimeter missing. Yeah, so now no longer we have any cable chains. We then tried a little bit like how to route the umbilical cable. Now it's umbilical. I did trial and error over the weekend, and I think this is the best approach. So basically we anchor it up here, and then just like it's freely floating. We do need two cables. One is the power cable, which if you would use CAN bus would also be the CAN bus cable, but because we use it in USB mode, we need the second cable here, so we have two cables in total. I'm kind of low-key maybe thinking of getting an eddy current sensor for the bed level, in which case we would need two cables anyways, because I don't think there's anything on the market at the moment that supports CAN. So in the end, most likely what will happen, like in a future iteration of this printer, is that we use CAN bus for the toolhead and then like repurpose this USB cable for the eddy current sensor. But yeah, that's it for the future. So now two cables. I kind of like put them together with some wire, which is like a solid core wire. The part Big Tree Tech uses here to anchor the USB plug here kind of has this hole for like a, they call it like a steel wire. I don't have steel wire. I'm not quite sure how important that is. But yeah, I use this like solid core wire here, which is like anchored in a loop here. And just, I think it just like the purpose is to stiffen up the cable. Because like the solution I have here, it's a bit like less stiff than like a steel wire would be. It's just thinner with the isolation. So I just wrapped it around basically, and I think that like creates the same effect. I'm willing to have some more broken cables. The other thing we need to do here is I want to sleeve this. So we'll first thing is basically we put on the sleeve, And it's kind of like a fun thing because this sleeve comes from the Ender cables. So it's not a part that we reuse from the original Ender, which is, I think, quite cool to have this like loop of like reusability or reusing things. But yeah, that's enough talking. Let's just get going. So basically, what we need to do is we need to route the cables properly down here. They're kind of still going in this drag chain. That's obviously not what we want to do. And then also we have the new camera cable that now goes into a drag chain. So the drag chain basically for now will only be this single camera cable. But in the future, maybe there will be more. Because like I'm kind of thinking it would be like I saw this for, I think it was some Soval printer or something. They mounted like a external part cooling fan on the back here, and the part cooling fan was blowing air from the back. I think it's quite a neat idea, because like there's so much space there that like why not make use of that space? So let's just go through, quickly pop this out. I really hope that we are quite quick now with all the cables that we can finally start with software. And we still need to do the mandatory checks for shorts and stuff. So we also will do that. Just quickly remove this cable chain. Okay. So let's just sort those two cables completely out. Then this cable is the old webcam USB cable. We no longer need that. Let's just open up the rest of the cable chain. Okay. Oh, no. One is not quite open. Here we go. Let's get rid of this. So it still goes under deck. So we still have to do some stuff there. And then put this in here. That's the right direction. Really feels a bit overkill to have like this entire like drag chain just for one teeny tiny USB cable. Here we go. So I'm currently printing, by the way, more of these. I mean, you don't really see them because, as always, everything's black. More of these cable clips, so that we can like use them on the vertical to basically clip the cables here, just in the V slot. So everything is neat and tidy. But before we do that, let's quickly check like how much length do we need for the umbilical cable. Like, my concern is a bit if it's too long, like we will get problems in this part here basically. I have these like super long end blocks here, so this is the topmost position because the printer basically it sits in the shelf, and the next shelf is just like 2 millimeters over this extrusion here. So basically nothing can go above that. That's why I kind of limited the Z height artificially here. I think like from this looks quite good. I think we can leave it like that. Actually, the question is just how do we put the sleeve on? I'm not quite sure, and we can try. This plug is quite thick, so I think we need to sleeve it from the opposite side. Yeah, let's quickly go under deck. remove the USB cable. Okay. It's quite a messy affair here by now. So I'm not sure which USB cable is which. I think this one here is the old camera cable. Yes, this is the old camera cable. Okay, now my typical design flaw comes back. So basically it's really hard to pass cables underneath here. Let's just very carefully loosen those so we don't lose the nuts. We can try to pull this through here. Yep. I think it works. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah, but there's one problem. We have another cable to put through there. Like this. And you see a bit more and I see a bit more. So not sure if this fits. Okay, this USB plug doesn't quite fit through the hole here. It's like the decal. So let's first do the sleeving, because then we kind of have to remove those two cables here anyways. This was the canvas cable we kind of reserved in case you want to switch to canvas at any point. Let's just pull this out. So this is the power. And then the other one is USB. Let's just quickly check if this, I mean, it does fit through here and there's a fair bit of slack around. So I think we can just push the USB-A side through the sleeve. That should work. So the problem is just we have to remove this cable. Oh yeah, and this was like super long. So okay, now this fits through. Then we can also quickly like push the new camera cable through. I wish there would just be all USB Type-C. My life would be much easier. Yeah, and here the question is now, I think we have to loosen the screw to like pass all the cables back and forth. I don't want to break this part because I don't have a lot of the yellow filament left. But at the same time, like if I loosen those screws, I know it will be really annoying to like get the screws back in the. Oh, it's actually okay. They're still grabbing. Like the problem is they're like the sliding nuts underneath, and it's like really annoying because like there's no way you can move this part, so it's really like you have to align the nuts. Bit of a design flaw. But the camera cable has the perfect length. It's like barely, just enough. See here? Perfect. And later maybe we can add like an extra cable clip here to just keep it all nice and tidy. Cool. Let's just do the sleeve from this side. So let's first measure how much sleeve we actually need. So we kind of need the things like this. The sleeve length changes like as it's like thicker or thinner. So I'm just trying to push this a bit, like a more precise measurement, if that's possible. Yeah, I think something like this. As always, I don't have a lighter. Let's use the soldering iron. So basically, like whenever you cut the sleeve, like you always should like just like melt the tips a bit, because otherwise it just like starts to like completely fraying out. So just quickly, usually you should use a lighter, I guess, but that also works. Okay, done. Let's start sleeving. Let's just completely push through the USB plug. I think then we have an easier time. Okay. Slide that further back. And now we have to push the connectors through. That's the following. I have a bit of electrical tape here. It's always easier if the tip doesn't catch on the sleeving. Let's just add electrical tape around here, and then we can like easier or more easily push it through. Okay, so far it's going well. Let's remove those clips, which is always easier said than done. Like these clips are really good. Especially like if there's a lot of cables inside, it's really hard to remove them. Oh, no, I actually broke them. Ha! It seems like that there's just like too much cable. So these are like one way. That's okay, we are printing new ones at the moment, so that's all fine. Okay, I'll keep this like wiring here to like just stiffen up everything a bit more. Length was quite good. Let's do the following. Let's add a cable tie at the end to prevent the sleeve from like fraying out. I'm not sure if that's the word. But it also acts a bit as a strain relief on the cables. We can just... I don't think this needs to be super tight. And let's just add a second one at the end. And we have a sleeved cable. Yeah, they're definitely broken. I have one more. Let's use the last one to anchor this here. And let's see if the length is okay. For top, it seems good. And the sleeve also prevents the cables from like catching somewhere, so it's quite a nice benefit. Yeah, that seems quite good. And so like adjust this a bit. Yeah, I think it's even better if like the clip part is a little bit more on this side. Makes the cable tiny bit shorter. Yeah, that's good. Now if we like add a second clip like here, basically vertically, then this doesn't slide anymore. And we have quite a nice umbilical cable. The only thing I don't like now is like the end doesn't look very nice. I wonder, I mean, what we can do. I do have electrical tape. Not quite sure if this is an improvement, but we can at least see how it looks if I just wrap the ends with a bit of electrical tape. And just got a bit nasty, I think, because we pushed it over the big USB plug. Actually, leave it like this. It's at the back, basically. Either sleeve. Fold it back up under itself. You mean the sleeve? We can also try that. Let me quickly see how this looks now. And then I think the folding back up under itself is a really good suggestion. Okay, this doesn't look perfect, but it looks better than before. Let's try the folding. Just have to like get this off again. So basically you're telling me to push this in. Something I never did. But it seems like a good suggestion. Let's see if we can like increase the fold a bit. Yeah, I think it doesn't look all too bad. Steve, thank you. That was a great suggestion. Wait, I have a couple of those like long, thin cable ties. I'm trying to saving them because sometimes they're really handy. But here we can just use a normal one. That's not good. Okay. Let's try again. Slip under the. Let's just do it here. Let's also quickly remove the cable tie on the other end, because then we can like slide the sleeve a bit down, because now it's like a bit shorter, of course. Yep, I think this looks good. It's like very like a little umbrella at the end. Steve, this is a really cool trick. Like I did not see that anywhere else before. It's pretty cool. Thank you. And now basically the end is just also trying to like keep it like not a little bit loose. I don't think it's like, I mean, you can just pull it tight. Yeah, I think it's good if the cables can like move a little bit inside. Perfect. Let's get rid of all the trash. And then we can like position it here as we had it. I think that's now quite a good umbilical actually. like here for the utmost end, we should maybe like give it a little tiny bit more, just like moving it in a bit. Just so there's like no tension whatsoever on the cable. Perfect. So that's in the final position here. And we just finally have this part done. And just as we speak, we got a very hot and steamy load of the cable clips. So let's just try to get this in here. Here we go. And we can just add a couple more to route this down. I hope I can just slide it down, but that's not really... now it's working. Okay, let's just add, I don't know, one or two more. Center. Perfect. And now we just have to bring this entire thing back under the deck. Let's see if... Oh yeah, just fits just through. Perfect. Let me put that back in case we need to print more, which most likely will be the case. Okay, so we have one very long USB cable. I'm not convinced this was the right cable to use here. And then let's also put our power cable through. Here we go. Okay, then let's just try to hide this again somewhere. Let's start with the power cable. It should be quite quick because we only have to put it back where it belongs. Hi there, Sven. I have no clue what I'm doing here. Here you go. I do not see anything. So that's one. Okay. And then I think we can... Did we have to loop in here? I can't remember. Not quite sure. I know this cable we had in here, the yellow and green one. Oh, it's most likely now just like much longer. Like we just have more cable to available. You know what? Then let's just shorten this. Let's just shorten this. I have really like no attachment to this cable. And if it's too long, we shorten it. So let's just do the following. Actually, the canvas cables, like those two, let's keep them a bit longer. Because I already kind of like, if I would go for the anti-sensor, I would do canvas. So I kind of want to have the flexibility to use this as a single cable. But then basically if the canvas, because like the Raspberry doesn't have canvas, so there would be like a canvas board here most likely. Then I want to have enough reach basically to like nicely route the cable around. So let's just keep this long. And then shorten the power cables. Did you see my post on your last video about cable management using the SB2209? Had the same issue you ran into. I don't think I saw that, Sven. I might have missed it. Very sorry. Do you mean like the cable chain I had? Or what was the issue? Because I think I had a lot of issues. Right now my issue is... Oh yeah, I see my knife. 1 second. Yep. Here we go. No, I think I had quite a bunch of issues in general, like so far. See, so technically we can just like remove the isolation from somewhere here. Cable chains. Oh yeah, it ran into the belt. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I did not see your post. But tell me, like, what was your solution to that? Let's actually quickly pull this like out again, then it's a bit easier to work on. I always hate like doing this because it's just like such like a balancing act between like cutting the outer isolation but not cutting the inner cables. Posted a video, difficult to explain, hybrid cable chain and umbilical flying cable. Oh, that sounds like interesting. I'll definitely check it out. No, like, yeah, I'll try a couple of different things like last weekend. And I think this was the nicest way I found to make it work. So it's like not having the cable chain is... I'm not sad about not having the cable chain, let's put it like this. I think all cables survive. You know, we just have to like snip off the ends. And hopefully we can kind of like convince this to come off. Here we go. Perfect. Here we go. Okay. Let's see if we also get the canvas cables. One. Two. Kind of lost our twisting here a bit. Twist this back. And I think we just make a small loop with that canvas cable. I just leave it as is. Let's just make a small loop and just stash it somewhere here. Oh, it's actually just stash it in here. Just like this. Now I can just live here, waiting for its day of glory when it's being used. For these, I'm not quite sure. Technically, we can also put them in the Vagos down here. I also consider at some point replacing this board, and the new board might not have this extra terminal here. So potentially we can also just have them here, and we also don't have to crimp anything, and a day without crimping is a good day. And you can just like leave them here. Even easier. This one. There we go. Perfect. So that's an all wired up here. And we still have one spot free for 24 and one ground, so that's fine. And we can always like put them up to terminal block. The last one is this super long cable here. We need to find a way to like dash again. I think like before we ran it through here up and down, but we can do this again. Just really fills up the cable chain, but it's okay, I guess. This is definitely too full. Should have made this bigger. I don't think this works. I mean, now here's also more cable than before. See if we can find a way. Yeah. I mean, really sure I can make it fit. Nah, doesn't. That's not strong enough. Oh yeah. Okay, let's see. Where else can we hide it? Like technically we can also like just put it somewhere here. The other option is to have a shorter USB cable, but that's not for today for sure. That's so a risky move again, and untighten it. Take it around the PSU. Yeah, something like that is also possible. Let me quickly push this through here. Hopefully both of those screws, yeah, both of them are still in place. Perfect. Okay, so I think like here we have a bit more space. It's the only downside of the USB cables. You can't really like shorten them to the length you exactly need. What we can do is we can just make a loop down here. Let's just start by putting them under the clip here. That's really my only gripe with like USB cables. That's like the CAN bus is way better because it's just like normal cable, like you can just cut it to length and route it nicely. Okay, one clip. And let's just add a second. We now have plenty of clips. Like these V-slot clips are really handy. I really like them. And we can also technically just add some cable ties. I mean, it's not looking pretty, but let's just, for now, let's just go with cable ties. And then keep on moving. But this will definitely be revisited and improved. Maybe let's let me like try to anchor this here at least. Here we go. Yeah, not pretty, but it passes basic tests. Perfect. At least out of the way. I'm actually like for next week, I ordered a couple more parts. I kind of got in the roll. So next week we will install a USB head on the Raspberry. And we will add accelerometer to the Y-axis as well. So we know from the toolhead board we have an accelerometer forward on X, but because it's like a bed slinger, you need two basically, one on X, one on Y. So I'll have like a head here with more USB ports, and then we run another USB cable through here, and then we just add the accelerometer on Y, basically under the bed. So more fun to come. I'm kind of getting like slowly perfectionistic with this printer, adding like all the bells and whistles. It's not quite worth it, like monetarily, I think, but still. The only thing is like that we now didn't do. Last stream I was a bit concerned for the CAN bus cable, because technically there could be power, like not power on them, but like a signal. I don't think they can touch anything, so let's just leave them here. Bought the CAN cable from Ali brand Mellow 3 meter, very flexible cable which allows to maintain a fairly high Z height using enclosure. The connector is very small. I can use the cable chain and fix it on the X-axis. Then the CAN cable comes out of the loops on the SB2209. That sounds interesting. I mean, I just used the cable that came with the toolhead board now. and it's everything but flexible. Like it's really thick and sturdy cable. But for now, I think it's fine. So my main goal is just like to get it to work in a certain sense, and should look nice. Okay, one other thing here to do, which is kind of like already optional, but I have a Voron tube, and this one has a 4mm outer diameter and 3mm inner diameter. So it's not the normal Voron tube, but it's much like wider. Not sure if you can see that, but like the wall is very thin. So my idea was like the spool will be here on the sides. The cable chain does not bend, it's fixed on both ends. Also, you don't use it as you use it as a cable channel, not as a drag chain basically. It's also a way to do it. But like for me, I had another issue. So when I had the cable chain here, the bottom part of the cable chain, there's like this like edge of the board, like just here under the connector. There's like this, it's a bit dark, but yeah, here you can see like this edge, and this edge got caught in the chain, like in the top part of the chain. So basically it was just like touching the chain, and then every time there's like a gap in the chain, like on the closing thingy, it just caught. It didn't happen all the time, just like sometimes. And that was like another reason why I wanted to get rid of the chain, because I mean I could just like remove like a millimeter on the board here, just like with a file or something. But yeah, that was like another topic. I'm not quite sure if you observed the same, that like your board touched that. It's very tight, yeah. So there was like another topic. I was not only the belts on the side, but also that. So potentially check it out if you have the same issue, because like if it catches during a print, I think could be quite nasty. Okay, yeah, but basically my idea is to just route this kind of here on the side through the same cable clips that you don't see behind the other things. Just like to make it a bit easier for me. But I think it's a bit too tight, like the bend here. So it needs to be quite long. I mean, it kind of works. I'm not quite sure, like the other option is that we just cut it here on the top somewhere. Just cut it on the top and then like leave the filament like without a tube down. That's just like for me, like to route it behind from the spool here on the side. I think it's just, oh yeah, this was too short. Something to try out how it works. Oh yeah, and here it's kinked, like now it's completely kinked. So this does not work. So I think we just leave it here, and then the filament can just run out. And then we just have it like this. And maybe we even remove it from this clip here. This has really like a nice bend. It's like here you see like it's just like kinking very easily. Remove just section. I think that's just something I need to try when I print. What works best. And most likely we need to add a bit of tape here just to keep it in place. But if I have it just like this, and then just have something to hold the filament, that filament always comes from the top. I mean, technically you can also just like route filament through those things, that's also fine. Yeah, let me just try it later when it's printing. I think that's the easiest. Cool, then I think that cable-wise we are complete. Did modify the printed accent part. Are you planning to use the ERCF in the future? Potentially, yes. Maybe. Let's see. Depends a bit on what the future holds. But yeah, that's like one of the options I was looking at. My main problem is that like I really struggled with the loading and unloading of the different filament colors. So I never really got it to work reliably. Like the filament change, like it worked, I don't know, like let's say like it worked like 90 out of 100 times or 95 out of 100 times. But then like sometimes it didn't work. So you always had to babysit the printer. But what I discovered now is that there's like the, well, I knew it existed, but I never like thought of it in a certain sense. There's this filament cutting mod here where basically like this part is modified and you move the tool head to the side, and then there's this cutter basically that just cuts the filament, and like the tip of the filament just falls out. And I think that's worth a shot in combination with the ERCF. The motors, steppers I have at the moment most likely are not strong enough, but we have better motors incoming. That's also something we will install today, hopefully. And with those, we should have enough power to like press the cutter action on the side. So yeah, let's see about that. No, like if anything, then it's ERCF. If anything, it's ERCF. Okay, let's quickly double check all our wiring before we turn this bad boy back on. Because we're now like tweaking things like over 3 weeks, and I don't, well, I'm not 100% sure we didn't forget anything. Yeah, out the back. So basically we have this jumper cable here for the X. I'm not sure if the steppers are plugged in correctly, but in X and Y we need sensorless homing. So we definitely need to build one more of those for Y. And Y is actually plugged in correctly. So this is X and Y, so that's fine. X and Z, so A and B in the setup. So yeah, let's quickly build like another one of those jumper cables. And then the question would be, yeah, it was kind of also like this before. Like I was wondering right now if it makes sense to build like 2 more jumpers. Because like technically like if you have sensor solving with the Core XZ, both of those should stall. So I was wondering if it might make sense to have both like wired up, but I think it's fine if we just do one. Let's quickly build this. And then besides that, let's also quickly check what else is there to do. So actually let me check. I have a replacement for the blue cable. It's not in here. So we have wire. That's micro USB. Oh, I just have déjà vu. We checked for this cable last week already, and I didn't find it. I think. Yeah, we checked last week and I didn't find it, so no, I did not look for it between streams. Okay, then the blue cable stays. Okay, then let's build the jumper. AC wiring looks fine. We have grounding. all those a good spec test, especially those AC wires. We didn't change anything down here. We didn't change anything. Oh, I added the heat sinks between streams, by the way. I had them like laying around for a long time and always forgot to add those. So now we have a couple of heat sinks here. I mean, this is just USB. That's totally fine. One thing we need to check later is if the fan runs, like the exhaust fan here, or like the intake fan. Because so there's this little buck converter like hidden down here, and I noticed that they tend to burn out with 24 volts after some time. I used them for something else. So let's check if this still runs actually. Ballistic Tech, I need to start my Enderwire build, but I think most of the printed parts are now out of date. I don't think a lot of changes happened to the Enderwire parts, to be honest. Unless I missed something, I'm not really up to date there. I do have the BTT SB2209 Nomi and eddy sensor prepared for it. Which eddy sensor do you have? Because I was kind of like thinking about also adding an eddy sensor here. The BTT one looks really nice, but I kind of want to have the now I forgot how it's called. The OG eddy sensor. They added like the automatic Z offset, which I really want to have. Okay, let's see. I don't think this needs to be really long. Let's just crimp one side and then just figure it out. I'm waiting for them to bring out eddy on cam. Yeah, I was also looking on the eddy on cam, but there's like one problem I have with the BTT eddy, or like with the entire setup, right? So even if you have the eddy sensor with the CAN bus, there's no CAN output on the 2209 toolhead board. Like there's one, but it's on the... There's only this here as the output for the CAN. But the problem is then basically if you wire this to the eddy sensor, like the wire, like you cannot take this apart anymore because the wire goes across it. So it's kind of like stupid. I think technically you can just like split the CAN cable, like before it goes into the tool head, that you just like split it out. But it's also like a bit of like a hack job. So yeah, a bit weird. I've got the BTT USB version. I don't think the BTT coil version works with 2209. Nope, it doesn't. It's only working with the EBB 36 and 42, but not the 2209. Which is also like the 2209, it doesn't really seem like it fits well together with the other big tree tech products. Because like, it's not compatible with the coil, it doesn't really work with the CAN either. So you kind of end up having to run an extra cable either way, which is not ideal. But yeah, so for now, like I hold my horses on the canvas, and on the eddy sensor, but let's see, like in a couple of months, weeks, I don't know. I would be really interested on having that. Maybe somebody ports the automatic Z offset to the big tree tech sensor. There was like this one forum thread where like people discussed that it would come to Clipper. Because it would be really nice to have like automatic Z offset. So we'll have to run 2 cables, but it's still better than cable chains, I think. Yeah, I mean, not quite sure if you followed like this like upgrade so far. So what I have now is I have this like mini umbilical here. And this also has 2 cables inside because I'm using USB. I'm not sure if I can show you. But there are like 2 cables here. Like it's one is USB-C and one is the CAN bus cable that comes with the EBB 2209. So basically, like the CAN bus cable only supplies 24 volts, and the CAN wires are not connected to anything. And then basically, it's just like a USB plug, USB-C plug here that connects it on to the rest of the printer at the moment. I just try to get around having like an extra CAN board in here, but yeah, I think at some point I most likely will just add like extra CAN adapter board here, and then yeah, just run CAN bus to toolhead. And that's just a question, like really, like if you have like the eddy sensor, like how do you connect direct to the toolhead? Because like running 2 CAN wires also is a bit pointless. I was about to guess that's how you did it. Seems kind of common since setting up CAN can be a pain. Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I don't quite see why you need CAN, to be honest. Because like, yes, it's supposed to be more stable than USB and stuff, but I'm not quite sure if this really matters like in the normal scenario. And just having everything USB is kind of fine, or like nice, I think, because it's like the normal mainboards are all connected via USB, so it can't be such a big problem that you now suddenly need CAN for the toolhead, right? Like it works fine for the mainboard. I had multiple mainboards with USB, so let's see, that needs to go in this one. I really hate those silicone wires with crimping because it's so hard to push them in the casing. Okay, there's our jumper cable. So now basically the diag pins of the 2 steppers are connected to the end stop pins. It's just like it's a really old board in the end. That's why like it doesn't have the sensors homing prepared in the end, basically. And you have to run those jumper cables manually. So basically on the newer boards, you have this like jumper you have to set, and the jumper just connects the same thing basically, just on the board instead of like a jumper wire. After BTT Pi 1.2 with U2C, so I can do true CAN or USB. I mean, if you have it in the machine anyway, it's do CAN, I think. But I mean, for me, it's just like I would have to add like a separate board, which also would be connected via USB. So yeah, I don't know, like it just seems like a bit of overhead, to be honest. So for now it's USB, but if I would add an eddy sensor to the toolhead, and I could have the toolhead board and the eddy sensor both with CAN bus, then I would set up CAN bus and would get the additional hardware in here. That would be for sure. Okay, so we checked all the wires. Let's do just like a quick sanity check. There's nothing really that could go wrong, but let's just quickly check for shorts, because I'm just me. So I like to do weird things sometimes and stupid things, so that's just... These are actually fine because they go to the bed, so they have continuity. Just check here quickly that we don't have shorts here. Don't have shorts here. Yeah, that's basically it already, right? So we don't have shorts here, and we're good to go. That's really all that matters. And on the 8C we don't have shorts, which is similar important, I think. Cool. Then let's see. So the motors are unplugged at the moment. Let's just see. So we kind of have to work on both sides of the printer because I'm not gonna remember where I plugged in what. But for now, let's just flip it over and plug in the motors. I mean, the other thing is we can also quickly swap out the motors already. Let's just keep the old ones for now. Kind of get it running, and then we can swap the motors. Let's do it step by step. And I think we kind of have to run through the entire like Voron getting started guide. Had CAN wires to U2C, then USB to Pi. Yeah, exactly. Like I think that's a normal setup. Like if you don't have like a device that has CAN out of the box, you always have this external CAN boards basically. Let's also quickly double check the toolhead board for short. I don't think this should be the case, but still, let's just quickly check here. I mean, nothing here is connected. And yeah, the board itself should be fine. Then let's just also like screw this in. And then it's time for magic smoke, maybe, hopefully not. Okay. I forgot one crucial thing. I don't have a power cable. It's actually like started up on the side so you can kind of see below. But yeah, I quickly have to grab a power cable. Give me like 1 second, I'm right back. It's a power cable. So, let's plug this in and let's just leave it off. Okay. Now we are basically one flip of a switch away from hopefully no magic smoke. Then 3, 2, 1, all or nothing. Things happen. I even hear the BLTouch. The BLTouch did its like click, 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 click thingy. So that's good. Then I think we can... I mean, there's not much we need to do here, right? Because like fan is fan. Actually not sure, like... Oh, the fan here is plugged into fan, but it doesn't spin, so I'm pretty sure that what I mentioned, the buck converter, is most likely defective. So that's something we need to fix. Like, we should have a fan here. But basically, this board only has the 2 end stops and the thermistor. So I think what we should do... Oh, the Nomi doesn't have power. That's sad. Let's quickly just run through all the configuration and checks and everything. So... Well, the camera works out of the box, which is cool. It's just upside down. Let's fix the important things first. Now it's the right setup. Okay, that was the easiest thing. And the belts are kind of like a little bit dirty. But yeah, that's the new webcam, basically how it would look. Wait, how to show you? So it's actually quite a good field of view. Like, it's really like you see the entire print surface basically. So it's much better than the old one. Like, it's a bit like warped because it's fisheye, kind of like wide angle lens, but it's very nice. Actually, what's quite cool is like if you there's a sensor. You see like how it becomes black and white, so it has like night mode. Curious to try it out. Cool. Okay, enough webcam. So it complains that the MCU isn't available, which is a fair complaint because we removed the board. Before we do something, let's just quickly download the entire thing, just like for me as a backup. Okay, then let's open our printer config. So basically, we need to see. So we had 3 MCUs configured. The MCU V2 we removed. So now basically we removed the MCU. And let's just rename MCU2, or the MCU V1 to the main MCU, because we only have one. Then we need to check. So now basically all the steppers changed. The steppers that have V1 here are kind of correct, because the former V1 is now the main MCU. So the X steppers should be fine. I'm just not sure if the steppers are in the correct spot. Let's do the following. Let's quickly copy the SKR Mini E3 V1.2 Clipper config. And let's just start over with like a fresh config for the steppers. The extruder stepper we can skip for now, because this will be different anyways, because the extruder is now connected to the toolhead board. So X, Y, Z, we just copied it over. Okay, stepper X, Y, Z. Extruder, we need to change because extruder is now on a toolhead board. But for now, just to get it running, let's also configure the extruder. Oops, I find the right tab. The extruder to be on the board. Then we had the extruder stepper extruder 1 because we had 2 different extruders. we don't have that anymore, so we can completely kill that. Then I don't like those comments, so I kind of removed them. The bed is also connected to the main MCU, so we also copy this over. The sensor type, I'm not sure. Let's keep the sensor type what we had before because that worked. Sensor pin changed. Probe. BLTouch we need to configure in a second. Fan we need to configure in a second. Hotend fan we need to configure in a second. Oh, controller fan, interesting. Yeah, controller fan. Let's quickly comment this one out just for now. Man, it's a lot of configuration we need to fix up. Then lights we also need to fix. Let's just comment it out just to prevent issues. Same for this one. Oh, we didn't even connect the RGB LEDs we had under like the underground lights. We didn't even like physically connect yet. Okay, and then that's it. That's our config top to bottom. Okay, then let's quickly go through the manual for the big tree tag. We still have to flash the board actually. So for the fans, there's only one controllable fan on this board anyways. I don't know why I constantly click the wrong tab. So let's just also just comment them out. So same goes for the BLTouch. Let's just start with like a really simple config and then add things back as we go. So now basically we have like the most bare bone printer ever. It doesn't do anything. And yes, I have to do a lot of updates. I wonder whether it's worth like just doing the updates now, because usually I don't like to make updates for my printers. If it's like running and there's nothing I knew I want, I think it's best to just not touch it, because stuff breaks. But let's just go for like update all in. Because potentially we have to refresh the MCU and stuff like that. So let us do its thing. But I think, yeah, now it's a good time to just do that because we have to reconfigure everything anyways. So alright, we'll just take a hot second. I'm a bit confused why the Nomi isn't turning on. Because it's just power, so I would have assumed. Let's just quickly peek in the toolhead board if there's like any sign of life. Yeah, there's the LED. I see a green LED, so there's some power. I mean, the BLTouch also it's in it. So at least nothing is like wrong there. Let's just see what the Nomi is doing. Let's fix that step by step. Let me also already like open a terminal. Cool. Okay. 1 second. I have to set this up. I mean, I could have known that I will need a terminal, but perfect. We have a terminal. Then let's quickly check what our updates are doing. Seems like it's done. Okay, we are all, I mean, it's all behind the thing, but like it's all up to date now. We are fully up to date. Okay, now we have configuration issues. So it says controller pin and section BLTouch must be specified. But where is the BLTouch mentioned? Because we don't have a BLTouch here. It's commented out, so I'm a bit confused why. No, weird. I mean, we have some includes, but shouldn't have any. And the macros will also be like quite weird now. Let's actually quickly delete all those backups, because we download already everything. We don't need this here. Okay, then let's just ignore this for now, because we will add the control pin in section BLTouch anyways again. So basically, let's just look through the software setup of the toolhead board, which is not this. Oh, this is a big tree tech. Let's see. So basically we did all of that. We configured everything. Here we go. So the things like we don't use canvas. So we don't flash catapult. We do have to compile the firmware. Yeah, and this is what we need to do. The Type-C cable, which we connected. So let's first just compile the firmware. So we go to CD Clipper and say make menu config. Then we need let's see. Compile the firmware with the following configuration. If the options below are not available, please update Clipper source code to newest version. Enable extra low level configuration. Yes, the microcontroller architecture is Raspberry RP2040. Sorry, I'm not here. So Raspberry RP2040. Then if you do not use Catapult, we don't. Bootloader offset, no bootloader. Flash chip, W25Q80. Yeah, no offset. And W25Q80. Let me just compare to the same. Yes, in their manual there's a 0 missing because here it says 080. And here it says, oh no, there's 080, I'm just blind. Okay, so this is correct. Then if USB communication type C is used, communication interface USB. Yes, communication is used, it says USB serial, I think that's what they mean. And then we need campus communication is used. We don't do that. Press Q to exit and yes when asked to save. Q to exit, yes when asked to save. Then run make to compile firmware. Clipper bin file will be generated in home pi clipper out. Let's make. Check already next steps. Then now we need to download the file to our computer. Not sure if we need to do that. Let's see. So firmware update via DView. Please use the Type-C cable to connect the EBB to the Raspberry Pi and ensure that USB 5-volt jumper is connected in order to supply power to the EBB 2209 via Type-C. Okay. Press and hold the boot button and then click the reset button to enter DView mode. Not quite sure how long we need to do that, but let's see. So then basically enter ls USB. Yes, of course. Then we get the USB thingies back. We just need to be careful. No, we don't have any other device with a RP2040 at the moment. And then we just run CD Clipper make flash with that ID. Okay. And then we need to check for ls serial by ID. Okay, and then some other steps. Okay. So that seems quite straightforward. The only thing that I'm like now concerned is they want us to have this like USB jumper. So I don't think they want us to fully install that thing already. So what I would do, let's just cut power. Let's remove the 24-volt power and install the jumper and then like just reboot. Okay. Then, yeah, let's do that. So let's quickly prepare everything. Let me just quickly shut it down. just very nice. Okay. Then the Pi is shut down. Cut power. Yep. Other side. Okay, let's quickly check. So in the manual, it says the jumper is. Oh, I want to go here. USB 5 volt. This is jumper right here. Okay. The question is, where do I have the box with the jumper? Really? Oh, they're like random loose, teeny tiny mini jumpers in here. We have a couple of those. Look at this. This is the jumper. It's like, it barely qualifies as anything. Let me just try to fiddle this on. Jumper is set. Man, is it tiny. Like, it's really just like this teeny tiny thing here. This is the jumper. Fun. Okay, then let's also cut the 24 volt power. I'm not sure if this is really necessary, to be honest, but we do as the manual says. Just pull this out, and we just like fold this over, and it should be fine. And we can turn this back on. And there's the green LED again, so we do have the 5 volt power now. It's green LED, so that's all good. Let's just give this like a hot second to boot up. And I think my terminal just killed itself over the reboot. Here we go, back in our terminal. So, what does the manual tell us to do? So we basically have that jumper set. So step 1 is complete. We have a USB-C cable connection. We set the 5 volt jumper. Now press and hold the boot button and then click the reset button to enter the view mode. Let's just see if I press and hold that. See if something happens there. Just doesn't say how long, so I'll just keep it pressed for like a bit. And then press the reset button. Let's see if that did something. Then we should do LSUSB and we should see something. LSUSB. Okay, so we see a couple of devices. Now, which one is the one we need? Pi RP2 boot. So here it says like Pi RP2 boot. and then we say make flash with that address. Easy enough. So we do CD clipper. But we don't see anything with boot, right? So we do see there's an RP2040, but it's not in boot. So I don't think the pressing of buttons worked. This one is the main MCU board. Then one of those is most likely the camera. Yeah, these are the three devices connected: the camera, the main board, and the tour board. So I'm pretty sure it's the only RP2040 here, so that definitely did not work what we did. Let's see. So press and hold. I think I have to keep it pressed, or like keep it hold while I press the button. Press the boot, then reset. Let go of boot. Yeah, exactly, Steve. I think that's what I did wrong. Like I let go of boot before. You have to press the boot button. Okay. Yeah, understood. Makes sense. So you press the boot button. You press the boot button, and then you press reset, so that boot is pressed while you reset. Then quickly confirm that we now see something. Yeah, now it's there. Now it says here RP2 boot. So we succeeded. So basically what we now need is that make flash command. So we say make flash, and then we need this address here. And that was it. That was easy. So we did this step here. After firmware is written, run ls-0 by, yeah, let's do that. Yes, and now we have two boards here. The SDM is basically the SKR Mini E3V 1.2, and then we have the RP2040, which is the toolhead board. I just wonder whether it makes sense to, like, while we are flashing and stuff, whether it makes sense to update this one as well. We don't have an SD card. Let's not do that now. Let's just first get to run, and then maybe we can update this, because like this is running like an older version of Clipper. So I think it makes sense to at least have the MCUs run the same Clipper version. Okay, so we take this and then we go back to the browser. To create a serial, if USB communication is used after first writing, it is not necessary to manually press the boot and reset button to enter the view mode when updating again. Okay, so if I want to update now, I can directly do this, and it will like do that on its own. Then the question is if for the other board it also works. I think so. Let's just try what happens. So if we say SKR Mini E3 1.2 Clipper. Yeah, so here are the instructions. To use this config, the firmware should be compiled for the SEM. So let's just go back and say make menu config. Oops. Then we need the STM32. STM32F103, I think is already the correct one. STM32F103, exactly, with a 28 kilobyte bootloader and USB communication. Then bootloader offset is 28 kilobits and communication is USB. Not sure what this is, let's not touch that. Yes, of course you updated Clipper. Steve, not quite sure if you can follow. I missed your message, so I'm not quite sure what you're referring to. Also enable extra lower level configuration options and configure GPIO pins to set a microcontroller startup to not PC13. So we set this. Oops, we set this here. GPIO pins to set at microcontroller startup, not PC13. Let's double check this. Make flash. Does not work on the SK Mini E3. Instead, after running make, copy. Oh yeah, so we have to manually copy it. Yeah, now we're kind of in, so let's just quickly do it. So I run make. While it's running, I quickly grab a SD card. Yeah, let's go. I'm right back. Here we go. So it is compiled. I do have a SD card now in my machine. Let me just quickly copy that. Okay, I have to format the SD card, of course. Now some random Raspberry Pi stuff on there. Okay. We have Clipper bin on our SD card. Very beautiful SD card. Then, let's flip this over. So I just pop this in. And you know, no, Clipper was updated. So I think the thing now is just like to cycle, power cycle the printer. Or is there a reset button? Oh, there's a reset button. Let's just press the reset button. Not sure if that did anything. So I press the reset button. Is that the RP2040-2209? Yeah, that's the RP2040 version of that. I'm not quite sure if this did now something. Let's quickly check in the web interface. I don't think we can see the MCUs until Clipper is fully started up. And we still have this like weird BLTouch error here. Let's quickly see like if there's anything in macros with BLTouch. No, there's nothing here. So I wonder where it gets this BLTouch from. because it's completely commented out. Curious. Okay, then let's just let's power cycle the machine anyway, just to make sure it flashes. Let me just shut down the Pi, give this like a hot second. And now we just power cycle the thing. It's also funny when I turn on the printer, like the camera craps out for a second. Not quite sure if that's a good sign. Like I'm not sure if this flashed it or not. Like there's no like LEDs blinking or something. So let's just assume it did. Oh, wait, I can actually. I totally forgot. If I undo the SD card, I should see it on the thing that it like. Oh yeah, you're correct. You need to rename it to firmware bin, and I totally did not do that. I just wanted to check whether it renamed it from firmware to bin.firm, like firmware cure, I think is the name. Firmware bin. Steve, you're my hero today. Let's try again. So now it's just press, because I remember there was some LEDs, like, yeah, see now there's some LEDs blinking here. Now it did something. Let's just give this like another like 15 seconds and then like remove it, and then we see if the file is renamed. Okay, so we should quickly check if the file is now called firmware.cure. I'm really not like flashing boards that often. Now if my Mac wants to read the SD card. Yeah, now it's firmware.cure, so it's flashed. That worked. Cool. Then we now have the latest clipper on that as well. Then let's flip this over for now. And then let's go through the configuration for the RP2209. EBB 2209. Cool. Let's go to browser and manual time. So we flashed everything. Canvas we don't need to configure. Clipper configure. Yes, this is Canvas. Clipper configure. So we go to github.com big tree tag EBB. Okay, here we are. So we have the 2209, and then there is a sample config, which is very handy. Let's just copy. Something's like really weird with my selection. Like it's really laggy to select text. It's a bit weird. So let's go to printer config. And now we have another MCU. Let's just call this one EPB. This is E3 1.2. Here we go. No, this is, oh, we have the same file open twice. That's also good. So we need to configure those. We need to configure extruder. We need another extruder. We need fan, hotend fan. We don't need this fan generic for now, but we need the BLTouch. Let's just copy the entire thing. So let's configure. So this fan generic 4-wire, we don't need it, I think. Oh yeah, now we called this like EBB, so let's just find EBB can and call this just EBB replace all. Here we go. Then BLTouch is configured. We did not copy the... Oh, we also copied the NeoPixel. Let's move that down to like the case lights. Exactly. Then here we have let's just replace the pin and use the original config. I think that's already fine, right? Oh, we need to remove this extruder here, of course. That's from the mainboard. Then heater bed mainboard. Then we have the ADXL resonance tester, extruder. So I'll just keep those as is. I don't think there's anything we need to configure for now. Let's just save and restart. And hopefully we get out of the error state. Oh, we forgot the USB SSD, the USB ID. That was too much copy paste. This will not work. So in the printer config, here we need to, of course, replace this with our, oh no, that's the wrong one. This one, with our own. We need to keep the first part. Here we go. Save and restart, because otherwise it doesn't find the MCU, of course. Is the serial from the file? No, exactly, Steve. That's the wrong one. Existing command bad mesh calibrate not found in G-code macro rename. That is because we commented out the bad mesh here, which we need now. It's connecting. Ooh, we have a success. Okay, let's also quickly check. So the MCU here is running 0.12 and EBB is running 0.12 and the Raspberry is running a slightly older 0.12 113. So maybe we should also update the Raspberry MCU. But I'm not actually quite sure how to do that. Let's quickly do that as well. Clipper Raspberry MCU update. Yeah, exactly. We go back, make menu config, and then Linux process, save and exit, make clean, sudo service clipper stop, make flash. Okay, let's just follow those instructions here quickly. So we go cd clipper, make menu config, microcontroller architecture is Linux process. We remove this, what we set, quit, yes, make clean. Then it was sudo service clipper stop, sudo service clipper stop. Make flash. sudo service clippers start. And now everything is up to date, latest, amazing. Yeah, everything is 0.12.0.192. Perfect. Everything is up to date. That's like a very, very rare thing for me. Cool. Yeah, the webcam also works. Cool. I think then we just need to like start checking stuff now. The Nomi is still out, so I'm a bit concerned what's up there. The Nomi is still out. We have LEDs, which is like the LED macro I configured, so that works. So that's now all green, so like that works. That's good. But I'm really concerned why the Nomi doesn't work. So I think what we should do, it should just power on. So let's just make sure this is connected properly. So let's just turn it off. Let me just shut it down quickly. Give it like 5 seconds, and then like just let's pull this off, check that the wires are correctly crimped and everything is fine. And we need to check the motors because potentially like the ABs are now switched. So I think it's just best to really run through the Voron getting started guide. And just step by step check all the things. Okay. Then, let's see. So, this is our patient. And this plug here is the Nomi. So what I notice now right now, it's like we plugged it into a fan port. So the most likely reason why it doesn't work is the fan isn't turned on. So I think we just have to turn on the fan to turn on the Nomi. The config, the BTT config had this like 4-pin fan. I think we just have to turn on this 4-pin fan and then the Nomi will turn on. The other option would be that we wired to the CAN bus extension here actually. That also would work. Because like here we have 5 volt and ground. And the Nomi doesn't really care about the voltage it gets. It takes anything from 5 to 24. But yeah, but then we need to recrimp this, and I think the cable might be a bit too short. So I think it's actually quite cool if you can turn on and off the Nomi. So let's just fill this back on. So this was all for nothing, most likely. All for nothing. It would be nice, like, I take this off way too often, I think. Like I kind of would be really happy to have like a quick release. Oh, we also have to remove the, totally forgot. We still have the 5 volt USB powered jumper on here. Let's remove that, of course. Now it is removed. And then we also have to connect the 24 volt power again. Let's close this up. Over. Totally got that. Okay. And power. Yeah. I hear BLTouch. Then let's quickly wait for this to boot, and then let's configure our fan. Need to remove and connect the 24 volt. Steve, you're like always like a step ahead of me. You're always a step ahead of me, and I'm too slow in reading your messages. I'm very sorry. I need to do something like to, because I have the chat like right here, but it's like relatively small. I have to do something for me to like make it easier to see the chat messages. Like there's something needs to flash up if there's a new chat message or something. I'm doing this now like almost a year, by the way, with the streams. I still like don't feel like I fully have it figured out. Let's see. So here's our mysterious fan. So let's just call this Nomi. And not fan generic, but can we call it GPIO pin? I don't remember. Clipper GPIO pin. Output pin. Output pin. Not build mine yet, but watch far too many videos. Steve, something tells me you will be just fine. You seem to have like the perfect overview of everything. Oh, pin is bad. Is a bad search. Fans, LEDs, TMC. I swear it's called output pin. By the way, Steve, what are you planning on building? No, it's called output pin. Like somebody writes about output pin. Output pin. Now it shows up. So it's output pin. Yeah, so it's just output pin Nomi. And then we can comment this out. And then what we do is I have this like startup code here, set up after boot. Let's just save that. Let's create a let's just create a macro Nomi on, Nomi off. And then we can control that. I think that's cool. Macros config. So let's just create G-code macro Nomi on. And I think it's set output. pin. Don't quote me on this. I think it's like this. And then we need to do the same with off. I think it's value 1. So, see here, set pin, just set pin. Set pin, pin is NOMI, value 1, value 0. Save and restart. And now we should have like a switch for NOMI. I have a switch wire to build and a 2.4 on its way. You went all in with the Voron rabbit hole. Congratulations to your new addiction. Let's see. Yeah, now we have to switch here NOMI. But nothing happens. Okay, that is not so nice. Yeah, set pin. So either we have the wrong pin or that's not the thing, not the problem with the NOMI. Let's quickly double check. So we have our output pin. Where is it? Output pin NOMI, and we configure this to GPIO 15. Yeah, GPIO 15 should be it. And then the tachometer, no clue what to pronounce it, is 12, but we don't need that. Okay, let's shelve the NOMI for now. Let's just go through and see that everything kind of works. So there's the Voron initial startup checks. So let's just quickly go through here. So that's just general. Yeah, let's just start by temperature. So basically what you do for temperature verification, you basically just set the heater temp, extruder and bed just like to 30 degrees. Just like ever so slightly above the room temperature. And then, yeah, so let me see, how can I, it's a bit annoying, temperature. Here's the temperature. So basically now you see that like the heater bed rises to 30, so we are good. So the thermistor works and the heater works. So that's good. Let's just do the same here. Yeah, it's also starting to rise here. So all good. It's actually like I also heard people who like basically for the initial startup stuff, they just disconnect like the heaters so that there's no risk of like the heaters like having a thermal runaway. I think it's okay to have them connected. Then the next we should do is the steppers, but let's just follow the manual. We verified that. Exactly. So now next step is the stepper bus. We plugged in all steppers. So now we can do stepper bus X. And we have very slight movement here on this stepper. So basically what it's doing, it's just moving back and forth like ever so slightly. Oh. Sure if you can see that actually, but it's like just wiggling down a bit. So that's fine. So now for stepper bus X, it should do the same here. So for Z, perfect. So that's fine. And then the last one, I can show you that. Let's do Y. Perfect. So all steppers are working. Cool. That's something. So the heaters are working, the steppers are working. So the next is end stop check. We have sensorless homing, so it's a bit difficult for us to do. Did we override that? Yes, we did override that. But I think for the SKR Mini E3 V1.2, there's nothing to configure for sensorless homing, because basically all you do is to connect the diag pin to the end stop pin. SKR Mini E3 V1.2 sensorless homing. Let's just quickly verify that again. Yeah, I think it's just jumper. But yeah, there's configuration with sensitivity. We completely overrode that. Let me quickly check, because we downloaded the backup. Let me quickly just copy back what we had there. Okay, so this is the stuff we had before with sensorless homing enabled on X. So I think the important part is the end stop pin. That this is this. So let's restore that. Then position max. Oh, we also have to, like, the position max is actually important, because like the switch, like the Enderwire, like we lost a little bit of XY, so 225 is correct. Homing speed 50, homing. So we copy those, retract distance. And then the UART pin is PB15, that's correct. The run current doesn't matter for now, because we will change the steppers in a second, so that is completely pointless. It says interpolate faults, so let's do interpolate faults. Stealth chop threshold, so stealth chop is off, and diag pin is the jumper wire we set. And we set 115, that's the sensitivity of the sensorless homing. So that's that. But now we have to do the same for here. For Y. So the end stop pin becomes stepper Y. And then we have to do the same things here. Let me also quickly check for stepper Y if we had any. Exactly, we had homing dear positive faults. And we had 110 for the sensitivity. Might be different now because it's a different board, not quite sure. And the diag pin is different. So I assume it's yeah, the PC1. So the PC0 was the end stop pin because we bridged to the end stop pin. So this matches and then this becomes 1. So let's restart that and let's try Y first because Y is a bit simpler. Oh, by the way, we completely lost our kinematic system. Did we? No, it's still Core XZ. So these are still correct. H from homing retract distance. As always, you are my hero. Where is the ohming? Stepper. Ah, here's the ohming. Second restart. Not error. What do we now have? Unknown pin chip name V1. Yes. So before, because I had multiple boards, the MCU had names, but now we don't have names anymore. So the V1 is just removed. That's not the main thing. That should be it. Okay, let's see. Next up. Perfect. Yeah, no, those errors are the underground lights not being configured, but doesn't really matter for now. Cool. Let's just home. I mean, it doesn't make sense. Let's just say G28Y. That should only home the Y axis. Okay, the senseless homing does not work. I mean, nothing bad happened, but let's see. So let's just double check the configuration. Where are we? Stepper Y. I mean, the everything was fine from the homing direction. So basic could be that like the value here is incorrect, or that this is incorrect, or that we incorrectly applied the jumper cable. Let's check the hardware first. Yes. This is the Z stepper, so that the jumper just goes from the wrong stepper. No, it's on the Y stepper. Let's try again. I'm just running firmware restart and then like let's just do G28Y again. Yep. Perfect. Okay. Turns out if you run the right jumper wire, it actually works. Okay, then the interesting part is homing XZ. Before we do that, there's a small trick what you can do. Because I just want to confirm that like the movement direction is correct. So what you can do is you say set kinematic position x0 y0 z 50, whatever. Let's also do 50 50. And now basically Clipper thinks we are homed, and the position we just set 50 50 50 is now the position of that. So now we are homed at 50 50. And to do that, all you need to do in the config is you need to set this little snippet here. Force move enable force move true, and that unlocks this command. It's really handy if you, for example, like if you have like a print that failed. Let's say like your filament ran out. You have a massive print on your build plate and you want to resume that print. CNC Kitchen had made a video how you figure out the layer. And then basically from the slicer you can figure out the layer the print failed. And then you can use set kinematic position to restore the printer. So basically you can just manually move the printer to that spot on the print, and then you get the position from the slicer, and using set kinematic position you can like restart the print basically from that exact spot. It's really, really nice. It's CNC kitchen restart print. It's really like a good watch, because at some point you will need it. Here, how to resume a failed 3D print. So he goes through a couple of different options, but on Clipper, this command is what you need if you cannot home the printer, because like if the print is blocking the print surface, you cannot home the printer normally, and then this kind of allows you to approximate the position. It will never be perfect, but if you print like a massive thing and there's like a minimal like layer shift somewhere, you can maybe sand it depending on the object, so it doesn't matter if it's like off by like a millimeter. Yeah, I had to do it once and it actually worked out really, really well. It was like for when I built my PC case, I had this like big front panels, and like after, yeah, it was like that much missing of like a 10-hour print, and it failed. And then basically I was able to restore the position like that. And yeah, it was like a little tiny bit of like a layer shift, and I was just sanding that and using some filler, and yeah, worked perfectly fine. Yeah, that was a small tangent. So basically everything seems to work. So basically now let's just move and see if we move in the right direction. So basically if I now want to move in X positive, this did not work at all. Okay, something is really wrong with the steppers, because it's really jumpy. Let's just try another stepper. So if I do Y, I mean Y works. Y is fine. Y is fine. Okay. Something is wrong because both steppers move. Like only one stepper is supposed to... No, both steppers are supposed to move. That's correct. So with the Core Z, if you move horizontally or vertical, both steppers need to move. What confuses me here is that like it's like moving diagonally, which is weird. Okay, let's quickly check the initial startup. Maybe I missed something. Exactly, like no matter what, it should move in... Oh wait, it's wrong. It should move in like at least like a horizontal or vertical direction, but now it's like really, really screwed. Okay, that's interesting. Why would that be like that? I think we could try again. I just want to see it again. So if I move... It's also funny, like if I go like left, it really jumps. Such a weird movement. So like X is completely screwed. Okay, something is wrong. Let's see again the config. Something is wrong. So we have Core Z. That's correct. PB 1312. I mean, that's all assume okay. I mean, we copied it all over from the clean config. So there shouldn't be any problem And comparing to the previous config, like PB10 was also Y, and PB15 was also X. And wait, 1 second. PB13 used to be X, Y was on the other board, so it doesn't matter. And Z was PB0, so it's the same. Let's just quickly check on the, just like from the hardware, that like the wiring is correct. We didn't wire it in like a weird way. Yeah, so like looking here, the extruder stepper is empty, which is expected because it's fine. The only one I really know is like Y goes back here, and Y is also fine, so that's okay. And then the other one is X and Z, so they are correctly put in here. Kind of feels okay. Like I'm just checking if like the stepper drivers are extremely hot, which would mean like, or hint at damage, but that's not the case. Let's quickly do the stepper bus again. Let's do the stepper bus again, because stepper bus worked. Here. Stepper bus and stepper equals X. And now it's working, like moving perfectly fine. And this one is X. And now in a second, yeah, this one works also fine. And because only one is like moving, like we have this like slight diagonal direction. So the steppers, like hardware is fine and stepper bus works. So something out, like it must be like a configuration issue then. Check out config, one of the motors is running backwards. Oh, that could be a good one. That could be a good one. But still, even if it's backwards, like it should be like a horizontal or a vertical movement. But we can quickly check. The stepper Z has direction pin positive. Stepper Z is positive. And stepper X ha! Yeah. Steve, as always, you're right. This one is the wrong direction, but still, like, let's quickly check. Let's do the same set kinematic position just to like home it. No, it's still not. It's just weird how it moves. Oh, it was acceleration. The acceleration was set to 3,500. If I set it to 3,500, then it has this like aggressive movement, which is weird, but is okay. So now it moves smooth, but still like not in the correct direction. Wait, that's... So it's better, but something's still wrong. So I think we need to check the rotation distance. I think, oh yeah, that makes total sense. Because we copied it over, the rotation distance on Z is 8, but on X it's 40. So basically the one stepper rotates more than the other, and that's why it's not straight. Maybe we should have started with a switch wire config. It would have made more sense. Okay, let's do the same good old trick again. Set kinematic position. Yeah, see, now it worked. And now also, like, even though the acceleration is at 3,500, we don't have this jerky movement. So this is now fine. So we can move left and right. Now can we move down? Yes. So Steve, I'm very proud of you that you detected the incorrectly, like the motor direction. That was a good one. That was a good one. Cool, but now basically what we can do is like we should be able to do like an axis home. And it should just home. One thing we didn't do yet, let's quickly also check the BLTouch that the BLTouch works. I don't think there's something here for BLTouch. Probe testing, yeah, query probe. Let's just quickly check that the end stop, like the BLTouch works. So there's the query probe command. So the probe is open, okay. Let's see. Clipper command BLTouch stow. There are some commands around BLTouch. Initial tests, exactly. Yeah, so there's BLTouch debug, exactly. So we can just use that. Pin down. It went down. Pin up. Pin went up. And if we have pin down and we say query probe, it's still open. Okay, whatever. Pin up. I feel confident enough that we do like a Z home. So let's just home it all. Oh, there's an error. It says end stop Y still triggered after retract, which is funny. Hi there, Rushmare. Okay. Let's see if XY homes. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to have G28X. Okay, that seemed reasonable. So X works, and then we just need to check why Y has this end stop still triggered after retract. Let's quickly Google that. Sensorless. Ah, we are not the only one. So basically, missing retract distance, but still the same issue. I mean, it detects when it's on the back, right? Like it stops moving backward. So it detects when it's on the back. It detects the collision, stops. So amazing. Do we have anything? Homing, like the X was before also on this main board. And we have this homing retract distance 0. I have no clue what this, it most likely doesn't move forward again. Potentially it's just bypassed the issue. So if we now do G28Y, moves back. Ah, okay, that solves it. Nevertheless, let me quickly check. Retract this. Let's just quickly check the configuration manual, what this is. Distance to back off a millimeter before homing a second time during homing. Set this to 0 to disable second home. The default is 5 millimeter. Okay, so basically we only home once now. So potentially if we want to have the second home, I don't think it's needed for Y, because like it's not important if X and Y are like off by this much. Like for Z, it's important that you have like very consistent homing, but for X and Y, it doesn't really matter that much. Let's say if you're like left or right on the bed, like ever so slightly, makes no difference. Let's do a full home. That did not work. Step by step. So X and Y works. End stop Z still triggered after retract. Let's see. So that's also most likely some configuration issue. One could think there are no more configuration issues to be had at some point. So end stop pin. Yeah, that's the thing. Like the end stop. Yeah, that makes sense. Because we have the BLTouch to home, we don't have the end stop. Clipper, BLTouch, home. See? Set the end stop pin probe set virtual end stop. That's exactly what we were missing, because the end stop pin is still configured to like the hardware pin on the board. Let's see. Oops, position end stop is not valid in section step reset. What did I do now? What did I do now? We use the home Z-axis, then set end stop pin, probe, and remove position end stop. Position end stop. Yes, we remove position end stop. Yes, that was the issue. Okay. Let's try again. It deployed the BLTouch. It's very slow, so we need to change that. Okay. It did home. But yeah, the Z speed is very, very conservative. Let's see. Let's just set the homing speed to 20, maybe. Something like this. Hi there, 3D Print Junkie. I was watching last night your canvas wiring. I did not put USB connection to my canvas. I only used the USB to flash the toolhead canboard. I'm not using canvas. That's the thing. Like, I don't have canvas on this machine. So I basically use the canvas wire just to transfer the power, like 24 volt and ground. And the data communication is happening via the USB cable. So basically, I'm using the BTT SB2209, but also like a lot of other CAN bus toolhead boards, you can either use with CAN bus or with USB. So basically it's like either or. For CAN bus, I just would have needed like extra like board to convert to connect CAN bus. I was just like not really thinking it was worth it to have that, because it just makes everything more complicated, because then you have to like configure CAN bus and everything, and yeah. Yeah, I think that's a better homing speed. I think maybe we can even go to like 30. At some point you also have, that's the 40. At some point you also have to use the high Z speeds the switch wire has, right? It's already such like a unique motion system. You know, it's a bit scary. But home's just fine. I got the BTT U2C CAN converter. Yeah, exactly. I would have needed to get the same, or like another one would also have worked, but yeah. I always said like potentially I'm going to add an eddy sensor, like eddy sensor instead of the BLTouch. And if I do that, I would try to get one with CAN bus, and then I would use CAN bus for everything here. So then basically I have two CAN bus devices on the toolhead, and I think that makes sense. Technically now, like the only thing I would have gained was like not running the two cables, but I don't think it's a big deal to have two cables here in this in the umbilical. That should be fine. I think I will reduce the Z speed a tiny bit again. Like it works, but it looks like I feel uneasy. I feel uneasy. You should be careful doing that, as there are risks of killing the pipes because of no protection on the data lines. I've seen recent posts on the Discord server mentioning it. You mean like running it with USB? Because like it's like kind of like officially supported by Big Tree Tech. Like they have like a whole section on in their manual about that. Okay. I didn't know that. Then maybe we do CAN after all, because like you can buy a lot of CAN converter boards for one Raspberry. Now you spooked me. Yeah, I think that's a good one then. Maybe that's a good one then. The only thing I saw that like if you... Oh no, it was something completely different. If you wanted to have the beacon probe, they tell you to not use the beacon probe in conjunction with the BTT Pi alternative. So basically, as soon as you connect it, you lose your warranty. Seemingly, there were like a lot of problems with like the BTT Pi killing the beacon probe. Have you thought about getting one of the CAN cable glands? What is a CAN cable gland? CAN cable gland. Oh, those. Yeah. Yes, but because I have two wires inside, it doesn't work. If I would have only CAN bus, maybe. But I see a bit of a challenge there, because I have like stuff up here, right? Like I have the belt and my light here, and the gland, like it's quite high here. So I think I will run the risk of just like constantly hitting the stuff here. I'll take you on the Voron Discord server on the recent post. Please do. Please do. Not sure if you have my Discord handle, but it's Chris XD. Like this. Just tag me and then I'll check it out. It's a good one. Is it only an issue if they didn't ground the frame? I'm not sure how grounding the frame would help there. Because like this is completely isolated, right? Like the board is not in touch with the frame itself. I have the frame grounded though. I did do that. I did do that. Cool. Let's also quickly check the extruder motor. I think then it's the last thing we need to check. Like we did not, of course, I calibrate the extruder then. Let's quickly just check that the motor runs. And then I would say let's swap out the other motors. And then we can start calibration and like stuff like that. Okay, so... Oh yeah, and this also... Why it still tells me I have 2 extruders. Why does it tell me I have 2 extruders? Yeah, let's ignore the 2 extruders for now. Thank you. I'll check it out after stream. Hi, Rettinger. Been using this instead of gland and works fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. Like if you have enough like slack on the cable, they can like freely move. It should be fine. Like I'm a bit concerned in just like the topmost position, because like the cable kind of like slides along the top extrusion here, like it really touches the top extrusion, but I think it's not a big deal. Like I'm never printing like on the highest height. As soon as you go down like a centimeter, it's fine. So I think that should be okay. And there's also like enough support here, because there's also like a steel wire inside to make this stiffer and like support the cables. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Can be optimized, but for now it's good. Let's see. Extruder. You were at extruder. So do I have some filament? I have a little tiny bit of filament here. Let me quickly rescue that. Okay, let's see. So if we feed that in here and the extruder works, it should pull this in. So let me just extrude 5mm. Oh yeah. Okay. Something really went wrong right now with my machine. I think I recovered the stream. I have no clue what just happened. It said Windows server crashed and everything just closed. Give me a hot second to like try to restore my streaming setup. That is that was a nice one. Let's see. Windows server quit unexpectedly. Very cool. I see people chatting, so I think I managed to save it. That is a first. Like I really have like this whole like shebang I do before every stream, which includes restarting my machine, just like to make sure everything is like as nice and fresh as possible. And checking volumes on different things, and I have a whole checklist, and stuff still goes wrong, which is fun. Stream problems for anyone else? Yeah, I had stream problems. Let's see. Let's start with fun stuff. Let's start with music. I will need a second to like get this all back up and running. Oh, and OBS now has like I have this like weird OBS bug where it doesn't show windows, like the settings windows for all the things. This is also not very nice. filters menu. Let's see. Okay, I think I will have to restart OBS again because it's the only way I know how to fix this window problem. Oh no. Okay, let me restart OBS and then let's try again. So stream will be out again for a second. Okay. Yes, it's fixed. Let's see. We want Google Chrome. Then you are one second. I'm still trying to like put stuff together. We have microphone is working. We have camera is working. I mean, we have music. I think we are back up and running. Here we go. Okay, that was spooky. That was spooky. But like I had like really laggy, like now like my, not sure if anyone remembers, but I complained about text selection being laggy and that's now gone. So I think something was just like not well for some time. Extruder. Mintemp. Yes, okay. We want to set the minimum temperature of the extruder. Oh, but it is at 0. Why? Oh. Wait. Do I have multiple extruders configured? No. No, okay. Save and restart. Okay, so now the min temp should be fine, so we can do it like a cold extrude. It still says extruder temp below 170. So where does it get the 170 from? Like, I feel like some values are cached because there's still like T0 and T1, which is like definitely not something we still have. I wonder if there's, wait, it's Moonraker. I wanted main sail. Is there something in main sail configured? No, it's just macros. Okay, I'm not quite sure where the 170 comes from, but let's just do the following. Let's just heat the extruder to 170. If it needs that to be happy, then who am I to say no to this poor clipper? So let's quickly wait for that to heat up. I'm still like a bit confused where the Nomi is. Most likely some wiring issue. But also the toolhead light is not working anymore. But it was definitely working. The toolhead light was working. Okay, so there's some work here. Let's first check the extruder. So we can now extrude 5 millimeters. Let's see what it's doing. So it's extruding in the wrong direction. The first thing it's doing. But the stepper is working. So the stepper is working. Not gonna like tune that now, but let's just at least set the right direction. So we just flip the direction pin. So basically it's the just configured as an exclamation mark, so it's like inverted. So if we just like remove the inversion, we should be good. Let's just heat it back up to 170. Let's wait for that to hit 170 again. And then at least now it should like pull in the right direction. Yeah, so we're now extruding successfully material. Cool. Then let's just check again the hardware for the Nomi, because like I'm really confused why it doesn't work. So let's just first check the pin out, because like we had a manual here. And yeah, exactly. This is the PWM fan. So we connected it on ground and V fan here on those two. And that's connected to this jumper here. But again, like the Nomi takes any voltage. So it no matter what this is, I assume it's on 24 volts at the moment. So I assume this should be fine. Maybe we need to check if any jumper is set here, because if no jumper is set here, potentially it's just not powering at all. I assume that's a problem. Let's just check the fan. Also, the fan doesn't work. Now I'm like the Nomi would work with 5 volts because the Nomi can take 5 to Nomi can take 24. It's Nomi input voltage. I was running it on 24 volts the entire time. But I have the Nomi 1 here. I saw it here. Wide input voltage range 5 to 24 volts. So that's fine. I'm pretty sure we just didn't set the jumpers. Let's do the following. I'm not really a fan of setting jumpers while we are powered on. So let's just shut down. And then let's quickly check the jumpers. Yeah, but I think my theory is the jumpers are missing. And then basically, if no jumper is set, you get neither 5, neither 12, nor 24, so you get 0. Change that. It's funny, like all the settings are just gone that I usually make before the stream. Okay. I mean, it's good that they don't set the jumpers by default. Any reason why you're having it controlled on a pin, why not power it from the 5 volt and ground on the CAN header? Because I was not that smart. That's the only reason I can give for that. Technically, yes, I could have just powered it from the CAN header. The benefit I now have is I can turn it off, which I'm not sure if that's useful. Actually, like in the past, I used to just have the printers on 24/7, and that's that. So I actually was a bit annoyed initially that I couldn't turn off the Nomi. So I think it's a feature that I can turn it off. But yeah, on the other hand, like you can just connect it on the CAN. I mean, maybe I'm just really confused what that CAN header is doing in there anyways. I mean, maybe you know it, but it's the only device you could connect to the CAN header is the Nomi, right? because like the CAN header comes off with the front of the south burner. So the whatever CAN device you would connect to that would need to be like in the front part. So I'm not quite sure if they planned like a NOMI 3 that connects via CAN, because like this NOMI connects via Wi-Fi, or like all the NOMIs connect via Wi-Fi. So I wonder whether it's just like future-proofing. Catographer probe 2, yeah, exactly. But the probe is connected to this part here, right? Like it's connected to the back part. So I was thinking about that, like, oh yeah, it's cool. The cartographer has CAN bus, but then if you use this extension header to connect it here, like you have to run the wire completely through everything. But it's also like if you pull this off, you now have the wire connected, so this is now fixed. That's also kind of like pointless. I was actually thinking like how to run like an extra CAN device from here. Because like if you have the probe here, right, you need something, unless you want to run a second CAN wire, which is kind of like defeating the purpose. You either need to split the cable like somewhere here, or you need to have something on the board to pull the CAN out. So it's like kind of like, it's really like an odd design decision. Like if anything, I would have expected like extra CAN plug on this part of the board. Some new CAN toolhead boards are starting to include USB hubs, right? Yeah, I want this so bad. USB hub, yes, 100%. The Nighthawk 36 will have that. Okay, that's cool. So maybe we replace it. It's just like, yeah, like a USB hub would be so handy. Like, I mean, you have the nozzle cams that use USB, you have the probes that use USB. So I don't really see why that would not be in there. The EBB36 has a header for CAN on the board. Yeah, I think it's way more useful. As I mean, I slowly start to feel like the 36 is just a superior toolhead board altogether. Because the 36 also has the I2C connections for the BTT eddy coil. So you can just directly connect the coil sensor to the board without any CAN USB or stuff. Okay, so coming back to this, no headers are set. I mean, it's really hard to see. But here are, it's impossible to see. Maybe with some focus. So here we have the headers, and indeed nothing is set. So checking the manual, I think it's the last. Yeah, 24 is the rightmost. So let's try to set this like teeny tiny jumpers. I mean, there's something maybe smart to do before installing the board. Okay, I think this one's in. It should be like 3, I think, right? Because we have to we have to NOMI, and oh, I lost one. And I lost my voice. Okay. I have the heatsink on all the dies. I have one heatsink here, and I have the other heatsink here. It's like I have 2 heatsinks. Because I read that the RP2040 runs quite hot. So one heatsink here, and then up here there's another heatsink. Okay, so now I have no clue where my teeny tiny jumper went. There's like now a jumper somewhere in there. I mean, I have a couple more. Let's just try to not lose another one. That's actually not super fun. Not sure if it's not in. I mean, I get there's not a lot of space on those boards, but man, is that a pain. Okay, so okay, so like two fans share the same voltage, I think. Looking at this, so the top fan has the bottom header. The middle fan has the bottom header, so those two share the same voltage. Thanks for dropping in. Have a nice evening. The second jump is only one pin. To be honest, like I think you have a better view with the camera than me. Okay, I lost another one, but I found it. And Steve, thank you. You are my hero as always. Is it now on? Yeah, now it's on both, I think. Yeah, I'm still not quite sure where the... Quickly. I have no clue where this like lost jumper went. But let's just turn it on and see what happens. Three, two, one. Let's see. So that would mean now that technically we should be able to turn on the fan. I hear no fan. Also, hotend fan should spin. Also no Nomi. Okay, so that did not work. The headers are set. Am I missing something? The only thing I see now is like there's quite a gap. Okay, let's quickly see if we... It's kind of like on the final steps. How hard can it be to turn on the fan? I mean, there can't be anything wrong with the wiring here, right? I mean, there's not much going on. Yeah, ground is top, power is bottom. And this one was ground, bottom, top. What confuses me is, like, in the beginning we had the LEDs working and they did not work anymore. Yeah, I found our lost jumper. So what else could be the problem here? Yep. Here we go. Yeah, so we set those. So anything else should have done. It's all like hotend stuff. It's probes, we don't have those probes. No, I don't think we forgot anything. Like, there's a bit of a gap here, which is a bit odd, but I don't think it's the issue. Like, it doesn't fit quite super well. There's a bit of a gap, but also here's a bit of a gap. I think we just didn't put this quite well together. While we're here, let's fix that. I don't think. Oh, actually, we never checked if the tubing, the bolt tube we have here connected, if that is too long or too short. I just copied it over from what we had. I think that's not correct. I did not think about that. That could potentially be part of the bad fit. That's just ever so slightly too long. But okay, let's first get our electronics working. Let's just quickly secure it with like 2 screws, because I kind of have the feeling we will pull this off again. Okay. Let's just double check, but there's nothing here we missed, I think. When we put the jumpers, 24 volts. Oh, we don't have an LED, but we have a NOMI. That's not good. Why is that not turning on? Did we fry something? There's a very faint LED. Okay, something is not good. Now it's on and the BLTouch triggered. They're like a short or like not short, but like a loose wire or something. I mean, if that would be short on 24, like everything would be over. It's definitely not because I turned on. I'm really confused why the board didn't turn on. Like at first. Let's try again. Like no clue. Now it works. And the NOMI is also on. Yeah, I think the front is lined up. Like otherwise this wouldn't at all line up here sidewise, right? I mean, it doesn't connect. That's fine. I'm not quite sure. Most likely the Wi-Fi configuration is not correct or something. I mean, also like clippers up. What's confusing is the NOMI is supposed to be off. It's on. The fan is doing something, but it's weird. Let's quickly heat up the... This fan is working. Not sure what I'm doing here. So this is now working. So suddenly we have the NOMI and this fan, but this fan on top is like the part cooling fan is weird. I wonder whether the part cooling fan is broken and just like caused something to do weird stuff. Because the part cooling fan, I remember in the past also had like one time like a very weird issue. Okay, let's quickly let it cool down that the fan turns off. And then... Then. I mean, I'm not quite sure how to test the fan. Not sure if you can hear that, but it's like definitely not. It's like not moving, and it's like making noises, like a buzzer. Yeah, I think the fan is broken. Okay, well that's could be worse. The fan is broken. Now I'm like wondering whether but it must be the fan. Like if it's buzzing weirdly, I think it's pretty sure the fan that's the problem. I'm just wondering whether we should quickly swap the fan connectors just to see if it's a fan or something on the board. Let's try that. If we killed the fan, however we did that, I think that's acceptable. Okay. See, good that we only put in 2 screws. Now we have to pull it off again. So I mean, technically we can just really just swap those 2. In worst case, I'm frying another fan. Let's just leave this unplugged for now. Very easy to misalign. You're very right, Rashmar. Like even with the old toolhead board I had, it was like already quite easy. But with this one, it's even easier because like the pins are smaller. If they do like a stealth burner 2 or something, like would be really nice to have like some alignment pins for that front part. It doesn't smell burnt or something. Okay. Where is the other screw? Ah, here. I have absolute chaos here, as always. Okay, so let's see what happens. Nothing out of the ordinary. Let's see if we can turn on the fan. If yes, then just the top fan crapped out. See? Oh, and it's connecting by the way again. So things happen. Let's see. Yep. Works. Wonder if a wire moved behind the board and stopped the fan. Yes, let's check. Where did I put the Allen? Man, like it's like half a meter of reach and I lose everything. Where did I put the Allen key? I have the small one. Oh, under the printer. Let's see. Because yeah, the Nomi has this weird clip there. Let's dissect it further. Well, no, I was just thinking like we can just plug it in the other thing, but no, that makes no sense. No, I don't think this. Oh, that's kind of broken. Not sure if that was the cause. Like the clip part is broken. Let me think. We could quickly test this outside of the casing. All I need is a 24-volt power supply, which I do have handy. Do I have that handy? Yes, I think. Give me a second. I'll grab a 24-volt power supply. And I mean, technically, we can also just use cables, right? And like plug it somewhere underneath, that we just can use it. Let's do it even simpler. Let's put this back together. Let's put this back together. And then let's just run the cable like somewhere out of a gap. And basically this one we just put back to the lower one where it belongs. And this one, because it's like quite a thin cable, I think we get away with just doing this. Like just having it hang there. Dangle on the side. Let's just not tighten this screw here all too well. Okay, now we have like a freestanding fan. It's actually like, I mean, it's AliExpress Sunon, so you never know, but it should be like a Sunon fan, maybe. I think I got it from Mellow, so I assume it's a legit Sunon fan. Let's see. Let me quickly reload this. And it does work. It has a bit of a weird vibration. It has a really weird vibration. Yeah, something's wrong with that one. Like, it has a weird vibration. And just now it sped up and slowed down without me changing the setting. It might be that the clip was jammed in the fan. But I still don't like it. The new Nomi firmware is pretty nice. OTA configuration and firmware flashing. Is there new firmware? Because I have the Nomi V2 firmware on here. Like, something is off with this. For example, the fan doesn't turn on until 26%. I mean, it also might just be... This might also just be how the PWM control is. So if we check the config, maybe there's something funny going on there. That's what I mean. I like that I can go to the Nomi's web server and point to another printer pretty easy. To be honest, I have no memory of how that is now handled. I set this up and I forgot all about it. But yeah, you can like run the Nomi V2 firmware on the V1, but it's still a bit different. Like, there's still like some things you can't do. So it seems to be like a little bit of like a reduced thing. Let's see. So we have fan here. And I think GPIO 13. Yeah, I mean, this one is the hotend fan. Yeah, so this one needs to be the one. So I wonder if there's some settings that are just like messed up. Where did we have the... Wait, let me quickly check my little backup cheat sheet here. The cycle time was set for 0.9 and kickstart time 0.25. So let's just copy this back and see if that fixes something. But then also the clip is broken. So let's just right away print a new clip. Let's see. Prints. Oh, it's all the docs. Check here and then in repositories. Nomi. We have Nomi 1, 3D. Oh no, it's a 3D model. That's not what we want. Customized printed parts. mounting plate, I think, is the part we need. Yeah, it's just like teeny tiny small part. I really don't like that. Like it was always really fiddly. Let me quickly start a print with that. That's printing, maybe? Seems like it's not printing. Let me quickly restart that printer. Okay, in the meantime, let's see if that made a difference. Do you see that, how it's like jumping back and forth? Like it's really like vibrating really aggressively. Let's look at the tip here. So I just have a feeling it's not running smoothly. I mean, if I squeeze it, like it's kind of fine, but it still vibrates. Yeah, not happy with that. Okay, let's print this clip. Which will take a second because it has to preheat. But in the meantime, let's take this off again and then try to fit that properly. Shut down. And this is weird, like sometimes it connects and sometimes it doesn't, but it's I think something I just need to check with my router if it connects to Wi-Fi properly and stuff like that. Okay, so the fan is... But it's like weird, why didn't it work the first time? Because the first time after we put on the things, like it didn't turn on. The bottom fan didn't work, the Nomi didn't work. Yeah. It's fishy. It's fishy. Check the fan blades, make sure it didn't bend one in the clip. No, it looks fine. Like the fan blades all look fine. There's also like no play. I mean, maybe it's just... I mean, it's not spinning quite round. You see it's like wiggling. It might be the vibration issue. But it's also like quite wobbly, so... I'm not quite sure if that ever spins perfectly consistent. Yeah. I mean, it's most likely vibration. It's just like, I'm not quite sure if this ever was better. Because it's just like, it's super flimsy. Let's see. Let's put it back in. Like it's working. Worst case, it's like loud or like not nice, but then I can still replace it. What we definitely have to replace is that Nomi clip. that's definitely out. Then the question would be, I mean, this is not secure, but if we are careful, I think we can just try quickly the fan in the position. Okay, maybe not. That's really like not safe at all. I think we have to quickly wait for the print. Anything else we can do while this is printing? Because this will take like another 10 minutes. Yes, maybe. Let's check the RGB LED's underglow thingy. Let's check that. So, we can also install the motors. Let's do quickly the RGB stuff. If I find the cable. I do have the cable. Yeah, this is the cable. So basically, we have this like RGB ring. Let me quickly grab that. 1 second. So that's the under panel basically. And we have this like RGB ring here going around. And this is the cable that is connecting that. The problem / challenge is basically before this board was here, and it was quite easy to connect. Now it's all a bit further away. I think, yeah, it's still like plenty long. Should be fine. So let's just route the cable quickly, and it's connected. So let's just first connect the thing. So basically this goes in this ground terminal block here. Then we have 5 volt up here. So all the yellow wires in this printer are 5 volts. And all the red wires are 24 volts. It's not like those are like plenty long. So I think we get away. I mean, this has to run like this here, basically. So those can be definitely shorter. Let's add the clip in the middle, then it's kind of like in place. Nice that this is just long enough here. Let's get this out. I think we can. Something like this. And for the Wago terminals, it's always like 11 millimeters. So this is exactly 11 millimeters. Mark eyeball. Still quite long. Let's take off a little bit more. Yeah. It's okay, we can have a little bit of slack. And here, let's go like this. Let's take a little bit more on the yellow cable. Now it's nice. Here. Actually quite good because the cable was a bit too long. And now it's like perfect length. Perfect length. I'm just wondering whether we should do it like, let's just put it through this clip here as well. Now it's nice and cleaned up. I wonder, do we need anything down here at the moment? I don't think so. So technically we can just close it up. So let's just plug this in. And somewhere in this mess, I do have the feet. Hmm. 4 feet. Funky. 11mm for the Vagos, right? Yeah, exactly. 11. Sorry, I missed all messages. Surprise Vagos can grip that gauge wire. Vagos are amazing. They can grip basically anything. I'm not quite sure what the minimum is for Vagos, but it's really, really low. Let's actually quickly check. No, my curiosity is peaked. 24. So we are at the lower limit. I think the what are these? These are 24. Yeah. So we are exactly at the minimum level. 24 gauge. Putting on the feet, it's always a little bit like funky with this printer. Like there's like ever so slight misalignment. We also need two M3x8. Yeah, it's like there's like 0.5 millimeter missing just with all those screw holes. It's just like I think like this like extension in front, it's like never fully straight. Like also like those parts, I don't think they're like 1000% straight. Yeah, you basically just have to put in all the screws loosely and then tighten, and then it's like fine. Perfect. Okay. Oh, wait. We are missing some. I mean, we can use it without. That should be fine. Maybe let's not start a print, but should be fine. Okay, so let's quickly like work on those LEDs. Configure that again. I think it's just exactly what we had before. Don't think anything changed there. Oh, and the clip is ready as well. So let's quickly check the LEDs and then let the clip cool for like a hot second. And I think we make a lot of progress today. Like basically like we could start tuning it now. I think I might have to build switch wire at some point to continue my Voron collection. Yeah, you should definitely. It's a really cool machine. I think like for me, my primary, like it's really cool to work on it. I think it's just like fun project. For me, this is my first printer, like the first printer I ever bought. So for me, it's just like nice to still have it. Ballistic Tech, there are two different versions of the Enderwire. There is the, I don't know how they call it, like there's a Mark 1 and the Mark 2 basically. And the Mark 1 is not compatible with the enclosure, but it has the shorter front. The Mark 2 is compatible with the switchwire enclosure, so it has the extension to like, because basically like the bed moves till here. So that's the main difference between the two. So basically the Mark II, which is this one, is compatible with the switchwire enclosure. The Mark 1 is more compact. So that's basically, yeah, the main difference. Functionally, like up here, it's the same for the CoreXZ system. It's really just like this extension makes it compatible with the like main switchwire enclosure. Let's see. Where was I? But yeah, to be honest, like I only printed this one, or like built this one because I had the two main boards in the beginning because I had two extruders. And then I just wanted to have a bit more space on the deck. But if you don't plan on enclosing it, I think the original one is better. It's just like more, takes less space. Okay, so we have the bed lights. This did not change. It's not called V1 anymore. Oh wait, what is bed? Oh yeah. Bed lights are the lights up here, like yeah, but also this should not have changed. And then we have the underground lights, which also didn't change. Let's just fire that and turn on some lights. Let's start with underground. Oh, I still have Extruder 1 reference somewhere. Somewhere this is still... Yeah, here are these T1, T0 macros. Let's just comment it out for now. And set pressure advance. Oh yeah, that's also funny. Like, there's basically a bug in Orca Slice. Oh, that was not what I wanted. In Orca Slicer, it constantly has those like set pressure advance commands. But if you have more than one extruder, you have to specify the extruder for the pressure advance. So yeah, I have to work around that. See? Now we'll complain that it doesn't find macro T0. Yeah, unknown command T0, because this one we still had in the printer config. Somewhere here, T0. Can remove that. And now hopefully we don't have any weird stuff yet. So I had to print the Y end stop piece from the V1. The micro switch board didn't fit on the V2. Oh really? I mean, I don't use the end stop. So I can't tell you. I made it fully sensorless, which I'm not quite sure is smart, to be honest. Like, I actually now considered adding there's like a spot for an end stop here. I really considered adding the end stop to just have like a normal end stop. I just didn't have the switch, so I have to order some. Because like what happens here is like, I don't think it's a big deal, because as I mentioned before, like the precision of homing X and Y is not important. But what happens here with the switch wire is, as it homes, like it moves over basically. So yeah, so basically, technically I could show you. So if I do G28X, you see how it dips down? like the entire like axis just dips down like ever so slightly. And that's basically because like Z and X are like linked in this correct Z system. It's like as the motor hits here, the other motor still pull, like both motors still pull, and that just caused it to dip. I don't think it's a big problem because you home Z afterwards. But yeah, that's like why I like sensors homing for X on the switch wire is not ideal, I think. Okay, but we should have now underglow lights. So if, yep, that works. Yay, it's working. I just have something very funny happening. Like, I think there's some bad LED or connection somewhere here. Sometimes, like, everything is like in a proper color, and then like somewhere in the corner, it starts being like all rainbow and funky. So I think there's like one bad LED down there. But yeah, this works again. Then let's also quickly check the lights here. Bad light. Yeah, that also works. And you can even control the brightness. That's just LED strips from IKEA, by the way. So nothing fancy. I had on my Ender before I converted to switch wire, and I think they're just handy. Like they're not perfect because they're like warm white, which I don't really like. So at some point maybe I just add like a nice RGB LED strip here because I can. But for now they're like perfectly doing the job. Cool. So all LEDs are fixed. We have a NOMI plate, so let's fix the NOMI. But Ballistic Tech, if you're building a switch wire, did you buy the kit? What is it? CBOR kit? The conversion kit, or did you self-source the parts? Rapid cooling. It's like one of I mean, not a regret, because like when I started sourcing the parts or planned on building the printer, like the kit didn't exist yet. But yeah, I paid basically as much as the kit. And I don't have enclosure, and it didn't come with the hotend and stuff that the kit includes. Okay, let's try this. This way. Like this clip is just like a pain. Let's ignore the way. Let's see. Okay, I think it's in. And I can't push Shinomi in, so I think it's good. I bought a box of scraps from the frame and self-taught quite a bit. Oh, cool. That's nice. Did you already have the Ender, or did you buy it? And also Steve, right? Like you're also building a switch wire, you said. Or like you're about to build a switch wire. Did you go for the kit, or did you self-source? It's just funny, like when I started building this, like my idea was to have like a very cheap switch wire. Like I tried to keep it as basic as possible, not adding any fancy stuff. Like I made a conscious decision against having like a canvas toolhead board initially, and now it's like this like all-out machine. So next week I will do some more upgrade next week. So let's do the motors right after now. And next week we will add accelerometer like ADXL 345 for the y-axis. So we will have another USB cable running through this chain, and then like underneath we just add a ADXL 345, so we have like resonance testing on both axes. And then we also need like a USB hub, like a Raspberry Pi hat USB hub. So next week we'll do some more stuff, and then next week we'll also do like tuning and like just making a print again. I'm so like excited in a certain sense, because like this printer, like from a movement system, was always great, but I struggled so much with the Voron extruders. Like it never properly worked. So I'm really eager to have this now with direct drive. Yeah, like it's just a cool printer, and I it didn't live up to my expectations, and it's only because of the extruder, because I had stringing issues, and yeah, it was just not nice. I'm always making double sure now to like properly line it. The Ender is an open box of eBay $80. Yeah, they're so cheap. They're so cheap. When I was building my, I sent you a picture of Ballistic Tech, right? The Ender, not Ender, the test bench. I was also looking at like how cheap can I get that, and I was looking at like used Ender printers, and like they're like dirt cheap. I actually saw like one person giving it away for free, but it looked like it was very rough condition. But still, like, yeah. I don't know, like I feel like if you're like on really tight budget and want to start printing, like the used Ender is perfect. I feel like you learn so much with the Ender because like there's so much you can like modify and upgrade. It's a bit of my like not concern, but like you know, all the new printers, they're like way harder to tinker with, and the Ender was such a basic machine that like it just did its thing, and very basic, easy to upgrade. So many things like people design for it. Okay. Then let's quickly start up. Test the fan. Okay, that's good. Let me actually quick show the test bench. That everyone knows what we were talking about. This is my little Frankenstein test bench. I built it because I need a test device with Creality OS, and I don't have a huge apartment, so I don't want to have a Creality printer just to have like a stupid Creality OS. And so this is like a small test bench. It's like a PCU underneath, like nothing fancy. There's like I got this like Creality board for like 20 euros off eBay. It's like some Ender Pro Creality board. And then it's like, these are the small steppers I wanted to use for the 3D printer I built at the moment, and it didn't work out. And then like 2 hot ends, like the Ender 3 clone hot end from AliExpress, like each is like 5 euros. Yeah, and that's a fully functional printer, believe it or not. Like that's XYZ and the extruder. And these small steppers run off the normal drivers. And whenever I have now some Creality OS things to test, I can boot it up and I have a printer. And it just takes like no space in my apartment. Actually going to build like a second one with Octoprint. So it's fun side project. It's a bit like what Steve is building at the moment. Just not as pretty. One hot end represents the bed, yeah, exactly. Because small and compact. So basically it's just like this one is the bed, this one is the hot end, and this one is the part cooling fan, which kind of like cools the bed. I mean, like this one doesn't really get hot, so it doesn't really matter. And that's just a normal hot end fan. So yeah, it's just a printer. just like in very small. And like the movement here. It's actually, let's quickly test the LEDs and then I'll show you. The fan, we want to test the fan. No, it doesn't work. Fan doesn't work. Now it doesn't do anything. I'm not sure if, did I plug it in correctly? Okay. I actually posted it in Poke Steve, in the Poke Steve channel. Here, wait, let's just put this up here. So in the end, this poor thing believes it's Ender 3, Ender 3 Pro, with the Nebula pad. Like this one you can buy separately. It's actually like quite a nice piece of hardware, to be honest. It's a bit slow CPU-wise, but it's like as a printer controller, it's really nicely designed. It's quite responsive. The only thing I don't like is the scrolling is like horrendous. Like, oh, it doesn't scroll here, but history maybe? Yeah, like if you try to scroll, it's really bad. Oh yeah, here in the settings. Like this is like yeah, it's like just, they try to implement this like Apple bounce scrolling, and it's just like the machine is not fast enough. But yeah, you can just start printing. And then like these, now it's homing. You see like Z is homing. It's a bit slow, but I mean, they're actually relatively fast. Yeah, now you can basically see like it's heating. And those are getting hot. Like the bed is like heating very, very quickly, of course, because it's just 60 degrees for the hot end. But yeah, this just starts printing. It's actually quite okay. Like it prints a Benchy in 40-ish minutes. But for me, it's really just about being able to test the software basically of it. And it's a really, like Reality OS 8's Clipper, but it's just a really weird Clipper. But yeah, that's it. Now you see like the hot end fan is doing its thing. Part cooling fan is off. And yeah. Let's leave that here, and I can show you the printing. But in the meantime, let's quickly look at this fan again. I don't understand why this fan is such a troublemaker. Because like before it at least was buzzing, now it didn't make any noise or something at all. No, it's definitely like plugged in correctly. Like ground is on top, so it's plugged in. But then I don't understand. And looking like in here from the side, there's definitely also enough space. I don't think it's freely rotating. Well, I wouldn't know what touches it. Oh no, it is. So basically, like, if you look in from the right angle, and I give it like a touch, you can see it wiggle back and forth. So it's definitely like freely rotating. Yeah, so that should be like, it's really hard to show on camera, but it's rotating freely. And it's plugged in correctly, so I wouldn't know why it wouldn't work. I mean, let's try again. But yeah, this is not the printing. It's quite funny if you open it in browser, either Big City Tours, and see you Ballistic Tech. But yeah, it's just like printing. It's a really weird interface though. But yeah, that's my little weird side project. Yeah, now you can like track how it's like printing, and like this matches them basically what those motors are doing. It's quite funny. But yeah, that's enough for that. Let's focus on important things. I want my fan to be working. I'm very rude to it. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. So basically the fan is plugged in correctly. It's rotating freely. Let's triple check that this is correct. Every time you short it, it's like properly lined, just to be sure. And let's put in some screws. So if it's now not working, I don't know, like I think I'll just order like a new fan and see what's the difference. Check rotation once it's screwed in. Oh, it's also a good one. But there was like a lot of space, so I'm not quite sure how. Let's see. I mean, from this angle here, I can kind of see it. I mean, if I would have a like lamp, that would be like really helpful. Huh. Yeah, see if you're right. It's not rotating. But why not? Yeah, it's just stuck. I mean, there's still a thing that we didn't check, right? Like the Bowden tube. Which is definitely like a tad too long. Because like you see, like there's like a gap here between the. Yeah, it's like won't focus, but yeah, here's like a gap. So I'm definitely sure that just like the bone tube here is too long. So I mean, we can try to figure that out. I'm just not sure what the proper length is for that. Like my thinking is like maybe because like this is like a bit misaligned, like there's some like tension in some way, shape, or form preventing the fan from rotating. I mean, let's also quickly see, like, if I check this again. Oh no, now it's also like not rotating in here. So something changed. Isn't so weird. Just leave this a bit loose. Yeah, now it's again like easy to wiggle. But even if we put pressure on the back, like it's still easy to manipulate. So I'm not quite sure what causes that lockup. No, it's still easy. Okay, let's quickly check the tube. But I'm not quite sure how long this is supposed to be honest. Press the fan blade, yeah, it's also a good one. But I think I kind of did that. No, that's definitely on. I was also looking at the geometry here, like I mean it could like I don't understand why there would be like more pressure on the fan if it's like screwed in. Because even if I like put pressure here, it's still like free. I mean, maybe it's just a fan, it's like weird. But I mean, like, I was using this for quite a while, right? Like, the only thing that now changed is like this PCB board here on the back. Let's see. Oh, yeah, so. It's also really hard to see. I mean, now it's... Oh, now it's also stuck. Oh. It's stuck in certain parts of the rotation, and then it's like free again. Like if I really like try to rotate it, like it's... In certain parts, it's stuck. So somewhere it touches something. Maybe the hot end being out is twisting the front. I mean, now it's also like a little bit stuck here. But I wouldn't know like what else I could do there to, like what it could touch. I mean, assume it touches the Nomi mount. The only thing that like with this fan is not ideal, like this is not centered, right? This like spinny thingy is not centered. I know there are some of those fans where this is perfectly centered basically. This is not one of them. So I wonder if this is part of the problem. Because this means it's quite close to this area here. So potentially it's just where it's rubbing, because this is kind of like meant to be centered. But then again, like I was using this for like quite some time and didn't have the problem. It's not super centered. Let me quickly like get this out again. Maybe I didn't push this in like... Maybe I just glued the Nomi in and leave the bracket out. So great. I'm just looking here at those like two knobs at the front. So this is like completely under this like lip. Because here it comes up like tiny bit. It's just like, if you look now here, like there's more space, like this is quite close. And I'm wondering whether this is like where it's like rubbing here in this area. But this is like, I cannot push this down any further because of that leg here. Okay, let's try again, but then that's the final attempt for today. That's one of those things which I need to do like Sunday afternoon with a nice tea. Fiddling around with that for an hour. And figuring out why the hell is this doing things in a weird way. I think it's green. Let's just turn it on. See what it's doing. Oh, by the way, the hotend part's completely loose. I loosened that. Let's just maybe tighten that. You know, Rushmire was absolutely right. Like, it's so easy with those like tiny headers to like be like off one. I'm not tightening this like super tight now. Let's just see if that helps. At the very least, the printer is kind of like together again. Like everything kind of works except the fan, which I think is a win. Yeah, and then next week, finally, we have motors XYZ, sorry. These should be like significantly stronger than the Creality ones that are in here. These are the LDO Super Speedy. So that will be fun. Like I have the bigger one, which has a bit more torque for Y. And then like the smaller ones for X and Z. These are actually the ones that are coming with the LDO switchwire kit as well, which is quite funny. Just the LDO kit has this size, like the smaller ones on X, Y, and Z. And I basically just opted for the slightly larger one on Y. So these are in desperate need to be installed. And then next week, as mentioned, we also do the ADXL for Y. But yeah, let's see if we have a fan. Otherwise, I just order a new fan. Let's see. So yeah, I heard it. Like it's not spinning really. And now it's stuck. Okay. This is so weird. Because I was using this exact toolhead with this fan for like ages. Ages being like half a year. But still. But yeah, I'll just order a different fan. I'm kind of done with that. I'll just order a different fan and pay attention that like this fan thing is centered. And I'm pretty sure that is at least part of the problem. But yeah, besides this, we have made a lot of progress today. It's homing, printing, not printing, but homing. All the toolhead things are working, minus the fan, but we can control the fan. And so far, I think it's a really nice toolhead board. So I'm definitely happy with the upgrade. Cool. Okay, then I would say that's it for today. Thanks everyone for tuning in, and see you next week with the next and maybe last part of this upgrades sequence. See you next Friday, Steve. Thank you very, very much for your help.